Welcome back, everybody, to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. This match is a heavyweight clash, and this is a big hit and the first six of the match. I started saying this is a heavyweight clash in the seniors division between the KATY Raiders and the Texas Legends. KATY Raiders won the toss, decided to bat. Captain Sohan Matam opened the batting alongside Jay Peshwa. And we are 11, make that 13 deliveries into this innings. And Sohan Matam has just planted his front foot and went big straight down the ground for the first six of the innings. Off and running, 18 without loss. And immediately see a shift in the field as there is now a deep long on in position. Of course, still inside the power play, only two fielders allowed outside. There's a long on and there's a deep third. So there is certainly the expectation that Sohan Matam is going to continue doing what he does best, hit the balls hard. This is an under edge that's going to be 4 more. Not at all intentional. In fact, it did not go all the way for 4. That's a good piece of work down there. Fielder running probably 40 yards across from deep third to go to fine leg and cut that off. So I'm looking to play that one, I think, a lot squarer, coming off the thick under edge and going all the way down to deep fine leg, but it's still 2. So they're off and running. There's definitely an urgency. Winning the toss and batting under these conditions, really good conditions for batting. The sun has been baking down on the surface all morning. It is about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and you can expect that conditions are going to be perfect for batting. That's pulled away, and that will get there to the boundary. No, he did play that exactly where he was intending to. Played it behind square, kept it on the ground. The ball races away through backward square leg for 4. So off and running, 12 from this over so far, 8 from the first over, 4 from the second over. And so 24 without loss is the score. Jay Peshwa and Sohan Matam. Sohan Matam 16 from 8 with 2 4s and a 6. Jay Peshwa 4 from 6. But under these conditions, I can expect that the captain, Sohan Matam, will expect somewhere around 180, 190 at a minimum, because the ball is traveling across the ground very quickly. Outfield is dry, it's fast. These teams bat very well, both teams. And as I said, conditions are pretty suitable for batting. You can expect for a big score here today. So Araf Sunny down the leg side. That's going to run away down the hill for at least a couple. Let's see what types of runs they are. Watch the umpire, what he gives here. And in fact, those are runs, because umpire Rakesh Jain, the only signal that he gave was to his partner, Naveed Siddiqui, that there are 2 balls remaining in the over. So that was obviously an under edge. Expensive over so far, 14 from it. First over bowled by Araf Sunny went for 8. Already 14 from this over with 2 balls still to come. Oh, slower delivery, shorter delivery, went pace off. Sohan Matam playing that one about a week too early, and that ball actually thudding into his body. He's a pretty well built man, stocky, so I don't know how much trouble or much disturbance that ball would have made to him, but he's absolutely looking dangerous. 2 in the deep are now at deep square leg, and right here in front of us at long on. So Sohan Matam, I'm going to be looking to score probably in that arc between those 2 fielders I just mentioned. And there he goes in that area. Nobody out there. A few bounces. It will get to the boundary. It gets there now. So closes things out with a 4. I mentioned that huge gap, about, I would say, 120 degrees between long on and square leg. And picking that gap expertly and putting it away for 4 was Soham Mata. So that's the end of the over. Big one. 18 runs coming from that over. The score after 3 is 30 without loss. So 30 without loss after 3, obviously scoring at the rate of 10 runs and over. And the change in the bowling as, in fact, it's going to be Parthgarg to continue bowling from the forest end. Bowling to Jay Peshwal, left arm, or left-handed batter, bowling around the wicket to the lefty. That's down the leg side. Going to have to reload that one. Good keeper Naman Bagdi is the one who takes that one going down the leg side. So they're already in the mode to score big. With KATY Raiders, you don't need to help them by firing the ball down the leg side. And nobody in the deep on the leg side. And he still bowls in that same direction. One bounce and it goes away for 4. The 2 fielders in the deep are sweeping in the covers. And in fact, before that delivery, I believe the other person in the deep was at long off. But anyway, nobody in the deep on the leg side. From around the wicket, you absolutely have to keep that ball outside the line of off stump. So committing the cardinal sin on that occasion was Parthgarg. And now, in fact, they have dropped back fielder from inside the circle at fine leg. He's dropping back onto the boundary. So protecting against that type of shot that was played the last over. It's hammered away through the covers for 4 more. So this pair is absolutely on a mission. And they are looking extremely dangerous. And at the moment, Texas Legends don't really have an answer. The bowlers are not necessarily sticking to the right lines and lengths given the fields that they have set. And they're going to have to figure out how to bowl to this pair. And the first thing I would suggest if I were bowling to this lefty is to try to bowl over the wicket to him and slant it across him and then bring that fielder in the deep in the covers, sweeping on the cover boundary, have that fielder come into play. But from around the wicket, he sees it very easily and he's able to play shots in that arc. Really, it's less than an arc and more of an open field all the way from cover all the way around to backwards square leg. Plays or scores very heavily all around the ground, and you're going to have to bowl the right lines and lengths to him. Bowl outside the line of off. This time goes through without incident. So heavyweight clash, like I said, the KATY Raiders choosing to bat first. And once they chose to bat, then you certainly see, given the conditions and given the start that they've had, exactly why that was an option for them. Down the leg side, once again, They'll run through for another run, but this should be a wide signaled by Naveed Siddiqui. Nope, leg by. So missed that live, but it obviously came off of the body of the batter. So fortuitous in that way. Was certainly headed down the leg side, but luckily for Parthgard that actually clipped the pad and went for a leg by. So you give up the run, but you save the extra delivery. And now the field changes around for the powerful stroke-making right-handed Soham Matam. Field is in the deep now at deep, actually at long off, and deep mid-wicket. So those two are outside, everybody else inside. Down the ground, but that's right to that fielder at long off. So that you'll take that. No question that that's something that you live with. Now the field switching back around for the left-hander. With the left-hand right-hand combination, that does present a challenge because it puts you in the position as the fielding side of always having to obviously switch around for the right-hander and the left-hander. The fielding positions are going to be different for each. And then as far as the bowler is concerned, it certainly tests you as a bowler because you have to bowl the right lines. And if you're going to be looking to bowl a consistent line outside off stump, that obviously means something different for a lefty than it does for a righty. So as a bowler, you're going to have to always change your line in that sense. So it can be disruptive. Last ball. Skyer, but nobody out there. Long run for the fielder coming around from mid-wicket, but not able to get there. Strong throw to keeper's end, but they run through for 2. So yet another expensive over. 13 coming from that over. Jay Peshwa up to 12 from 10. Soham Matam 29 from 14. At the end of 4, the score is 4-3 without loss. So 41 or 43 without loss, and we will go to spin for the first time. Viraj Ejner into the attack. Pacers have been expensive. Between them, they've gone for 43 runs in 4 overs, and so Viraj Ejner is going to be looking to pull things back. Both of these openers, Jay Peshwa and Soham Matam, striking it above 100. Soham Matam actually striking it over 200. So, Ejner looking to pull things back with some spin. Plays off the back foot, no run there. So, good start to the spell by Viraj Ejner. Tends to be very accurate. Can be difficult to get away. Can be a difficult bowler to attack. But, of course, inside the power play, you have very little room for error. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket, and there's a long off. So those are the only 2 outside. Anything that is not on the right line, that's drilled down the ground for 4. Nobody's going to be able to get that. Or is it? Oh, great work. Very good work. That is Pranav Ramji making the 30 or so yards to his right. Making me look like an idiot because I thought that was going for 4, but that's a great piece of fielding by young Pranav Ramji. Doing the hard work to get that one coming from all the way to wide, long on, Long off rather, coming straight to get that one. Skyer, this is a catch from me. Unfortunately, I stopped playing several years ago. And it goes away for 6. And that brings up the 50 because Sohan Matam is on the charge. Score now moving up to 51. And the projected score at this stage is over 200, it's 219. So you certainly want to pull things back. Oh, looking big. There's a well bowl. That is right in the block hole. So I'm not able to get under that one. So that's a good comeback delivery by Viraj Ejner. So just one ball remaining now in the 5th. Oh, looking for a big swipe over mid-wicket. No one out there. So you can see why he was targeting that area, but missed out. And so here's, in fact, now this will be the last ball of the over. Here it is. And they'll be able to pinch a single here. Good running, good awareness by Jay Peshwa, realizing that there was an opportunity for a run and taking off for that quick run. So that is the end of 5. We will have a short water break. As I said earlier in the first game, the umpires and the management team have made the decision to have these players have a break after each 5-over spell because of the heat, because of the horrible conditions. You want to make sure that you stay safe. So 52 without loss is the score after 5. Short break for us. We'll be right back. So 52 without loss after 5. Bowling changed from the forest end. So it will be Pranav Ramji bowling his right arm pace. And we'll be bowling to Sohan Matam. Sohan Matam, not going to be an easy task. This is skied. Where does this end up? A lot of work for short fine leg to do. Can't get there. And they'll get a couple. I'm just slanting that one down the leg side, wanting that ball probably to be a little more toward off stump. Not hitting it cleanly with Sohan Matam, but the top edge sailed for him safely out of reach of short fine leg who was running backward. So 2 runs to start the over. This is the final over of the power play. Slapped over the top of square leg, that's going to be 4. So Sohan Matam continuing along his merry way. He's now into the 40s. He's up to 42. Ramji probably bowling just a little too straight, wanting that ball to be outside the line of off stump, particularly if you're bowling over the wicket, slanting it down on that angle. You're going to want that ball to be outside the line of off stump. Otherwise, a good hitter will always carry that ball with the angle going towards the leg side, and you're still inside the power play, so no room for error. There is a fielder in the deep at long on, and there is a fielder in the deep at mid wicket. So you absolutely have to have this ball on off stump. Better line. Oh, in fact, just a little too far outside off. I don't mind that line being outside off stump though. Now, it can't be too wide because there's no protection in the deep on the offside. So you want that ball, your margin for error is relatively narrow, but you want that ball to be somewhere around off stump or maybe a 4th stump line. Anything wider than that or anything straighter than that, and you're inviting trouble. That's the line right there. And it is defended for no run. So we're halfway through the first over being bowled by Pranav Ramji. He is now up to 7 runs conceded, but the last couple have been more successful than the first. Next delivery. Skyer. This has to be a catch for somebody. No, it's going to land in no man's land. It stayed in the air forever. They came back for 2, and they'll get there pretty easily. That ball stayed in the air for an eternity. So twice in this over, Sohan Matam has skied one. Twice he potentially could have been out caught, but that ball has eyes and it sees exactly where the fielders are and lands in between or among all of them. So still another 2 balls to go. 9 runs from the over so far, but he's creating chances, Pranav Ramji, and if he finds the ball on the right line and on the right length, he can cause trouble. Another thick edge, it's going to be 4 more. And once again, even though he generally is finding the edge, it is absolutely paying off. As they say, aggression can sometimes be rewarded in the game of cricket. And in fact, that does bring up the 50 for Sohan Matam. In fact, he's just short of 50, so he's 48. My apologies. 48 from 24, striking it at 200. And just 1 ball remaining here in the power play, but a rollicking start for the KATY Raiders. Pranav Ramji found the edge 3 times already in this over. So on 3 occasions he could have already dismissed Sohan Matam. Oh, that was not the edge. It was right down the ground and banged away for 4, and that will bring up his 50. Really well played, aggressive start by Sohan Matam. 52 from 25 with 7 4s and 2 6s. KATY Raiders are off and running. The score is 6-9 without loss. So 6-9 without loss. A rollicking start here by the KATY Raiders. Power play yielding almost 70 runs and no wickets taken. So there's no question that they're off and running. And that decision to bat first is seeming to have paid dividends. Jay Peshwa, who is the more silent, the more quiet of the two openers, has only faced 11 balls and has 14 runs to his name. Sohan Matam doing all the damage at the other end. This is driven through the offside, but now we're outside of the power play. And so there can be protection in the deep. And that's exactly what we have here. Sohan Matam is now on strike, outside of the power play. So you have fielders in the deep at long on, mid wicket, long off, and deep extra cover. Tossed up in the air, catchable, nope. It's going to land short of long off. And that appears to be Pranav Ramji down there, who limits the damage to a single. So if you pick up singles here, you'd have to think, if you're the Texas Legends, you'd accept that. In the meantime, a rollicking start being enjoyed by these two openers. Oh, almost chopped that one on. So this over by Viraj Ejner starting out much better than the last several overs. Next delivery in the air. A lot of work to do for long off. And in fact, he does well. Just limits the damage to 1 run, making several yards to his right, making sure that that ball does not carry outside. Now Sohan Matam back on strike, the chief destroyer so far. Tries a reverse sweep. This should be a leg by, yep, umpire Rakesh Jain signaling exactly that. Not sure why you would be trying a reverse sweep when you're stroking the ball as sweetly as you are if you're Sohan Matam. Jay Peshwa now on strike, 16 from 14 with those 2 boundaries. Punch down the ground. Smugera down here at long off. A little bit of work to do. So, much better, much more docile over. 5 runs coming from it. At the end of 7, score 7-4 without loss. So 7-4 without loss after 7. KATY Raiders scoring at the rate of 10.57 runs and over, which puts them at a projected 211. I would not be surprised if they got to 211. Very frankly, with 10 wickets in hand, I would not be surprised if they got much further than that. This is a type of scenario, and the conditions are such that if one of these, particularly Sohan Matam, gets stuck in and the other stroke makers come in around him, the Ryan Baganis, the Sahar Swetans, the Sean Jindals, the Sumyak Shahs, Jay Peshwa, there's a lot of batting to come. And I'll tell you, if somebody gets stuck in and the other stroke makers go around him, then it certainly can lead to a really, really impressive score. In the meantime, this This is Sajid Chowdhury into the attack. First delivery played into the offside by Jay Peshwa. Banged away to mid-wicket for 4 more. Boy, that shot had the sound of authority coming off the bat. You really can't bowl that length if you are Sajid Chowdhury. As difficult as it is, you prefer for Sohan Matam to be driving you down the ground than pulling you square. So if you allow him to go back onto the back foot, that generally is a dangerous place for you to be as a bowler, because he's extremely strong, and as much as it hits, as you might hit being driven down the ground, you prefer for him to be playing you down the ground in the V versus pulling you to mid-wicket. So 3 fielders in the arc now. There's a long on, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a forward square leg. Very full, driven wide of extra cover. The fielder, or the fielder in the deep, coming off of the boundary out there and keeping the damage to 1 run. So even a low full toss can sometimes work much better for you than those balls that are half trackers. Half tracker, in most instances, is a bad idea, but to a batter like Sohan Matam can be absolutely brutal. So Jay Peshwa back on strike, 18 from 16 with 2 4s. Full toss, lofted down the ground in that same direction. Of course, for the left-hander, that is long on. And so 3 singles and a boundary so far in the over. If you can limit the boundary balls and just have them keep picking up the singles, then that can work to your advantage. At least it will help to pull things back. Pushes this one through more quickly, but the line is wrong. Too far outside the line of off stump. That is umpire Naveed Siddiqui saying you have to re-bowl that one. In the gap and 4. Toss this one up, but again, for me, still landing it a little bit too short. And when it lands that short and you allow Sohan Matam to go back onto the back foot, then you are at his mercy. So it had been, for me, a relatively decent over with the exception of the second ball. But once you allow a batter like Sohan Matam the opportunity to play you square of the wicket, anywhere from mid-wicket to behind square, that's generally where he will hurt you the most, particularly since you're an off-spinner. If you're Sajid Chowdhury, any amount of turn is going down the leg side, so you're helping him hit in that direction. So that ball has to be outside the line of off, it has to be on the fuller side. Skied well over the head of mid-wicket for 6. Well, things are going from bad to worse here for the Texas Legends. 18 runs coming from this over. The last 5 have yielded 62. After 7, make that after 8. The score is 92 without loss. So Viraj Edgener back into the attack, bowling to Jay Peshwa. Stroked down the ground. McGear with a little bit more work to do this time, but this time he does it relatively easily. And that brings the dangerous Sohan Matam back on strike. Looking to come down and then plays a little dab. You don't see that very often from Sohan Matam. Somebody who usually powers the ball down the ground, but this time just dabbing it behind square. Getting a single. So he now moves up into the 70s. 70 from 32. 9 fours and 3 sixes. This opening partnership now worth 94 runs. Viraj Edgener looking to keep this pair quiet. Half-hearted appeal for LBW. Not given, says Rakesh Jain. And so halfway through the 9th over, a couple of questions being asked by Viraj Edgener. Tossed up, looking for a big shot, misses out. Half-hearted appeal again for LBW, but not given. And there's the signal from umpire Rakesh Jain saying that was a leg by. So to the extent that you're scoring at almost 11 runs and over, if you are the KATY Raiders, in comparison, Viraj Edgener is actually bowling very well. 2.4 overs, none for 16. So he's keeping things quiet for the most part. But it'll be difficult to bowl to Sohan Matam. Just soft hands dropping this one down behind point, and another single. So just one ball remaining in the 9th, and we're 4 away from the 100 mark. And once again, you're on target right now for a score well over 200. At the current run rate, you're on target for 217. But with 10 wickets in hand, you'd think they'd be looking for more than that. Using his feet well and getting to the pitch, but good work by Viraj Edgener, fielding it in his follow-through. So good over. In fact, 3 overs from Viraj Edgener so far, going at less than a run a ball, none for 17. So he's literally at an economy rate that is half of the rest of his team. 4 from that over. After 9, the score is 96 without loss. Nine of 6 without loss after 9 into the attack now is Pranay Balaji. Leg spinner, oh, misses out there. That was short, and in all likelihood, Sohan Matam is probably upset that he did not put that over into the next ground, because it was a genuine long hop, just missed or mishit by Sohan Matam. Moves up to 71, make that 72. Jay Peshwa, a sedate 20 from 21 with 2 fours. has had those 2 4s for a while. Most of the damage obviously done thus far by Sohan Matam. Oh, just almost carrying all the way to short mid wicket. Almost had his first wicket there. Pranay Balaji landing just short. Short and powered away to deep mid wicket. They'll get one. Do they want two? No. Good strong throw. Now almost had an opportunity for an overthrow, but not taken. So I think they'll be comfortable giving up singles at this stage. But the shorter that this game gets, meaning the fewer balls that are remaining, the more you expect this pair to be aggressive. So current run rate is 10.5. We'll go through some of those permutations in just a second, because it will be interesting to see where they end up from here. Driven down the ground. What a lovely stroke. That might be one of the best that he's had so far. Clean drive right down the ground. And goes away for 4. That brings up the 100, by the way. 102 without loss. As of right now, the projected score is 215. So scoring at the rate of 10.74. If their scoring rate goes to 11, they get to 218. At 12, they get to 228. 13 per over gets them to 239. It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that over rate. Oh, once again misses out. Dropped that one a little short. Pranav Balaji. And he, frankly, is lucky that he got away with that one, because it's the type of delivery that has been hammered all over the place thus far. That's a better length, much better length. Now they go for a single and they get there without much trouble. And so that is the end of the over. That is the end of the 5-over period. So we will be taking... Apologies, a large cricket just flew in my face. No pun intended. So that is the end of the next 5-over session. Another short water break. We'll be right back. 10 overs bowled. KATY Raiders are off and running and imposing 104 without loss on the board. Sohan Matam, 77 from 36 with 10 fours and 3 sixes. Jay Peshwa, who is now on strike, 22 from 24 with 2 fours. This is going to be Pranav Ramji, who's taking up the attack from the highway end, bowling his second over. 1 over so far went for 17 runs, but several of those came off the edge. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Banged away in the air, looking deep and gone. That is 6. The first 6 struck by Jay Peshwa. And I mentioned what a projected score might look like. As of right now, they're scoring at the rate of 10.82 and over. That rate translates to a score of 216. I would think that if they were to maintain that rate the rest of the way with 10 wickets in hand, they'd be disappointed. They'd have to be going for somewhere around 11 or 12 and over. 13 and over from here gets them to 238. And they absolutely have the stroke making to do it. So I'd be looking for that. Now going over the wicket, which for me is a much better angle. That makes so much more sense. Slanting the ball across the left-hander is much better than having it come into him from around the wicket, because then he can get inside the line much more easily and play those big shots away on the onside. So I like that change, but it's going to have to be incumbent upon Pranav Ramji to continue exactly that same line. And that's a little too straight. From that angle, the ball has to be outside the line of off stump. And you lose the advantage of being able to slant the ball across the left-hander if it's that far down the leg side. So all that Jay Peshwa had to do was just get some bat on it. Fine leg inside the circle, always going to run away for 4. So an expensive start to the over. 10 from it so far. 3 balls still to come. And the score appears to be getting out of control. Now, interestingly, they brought mid-off in from long off, and so that implies that he's going to be bowling a straighter line, because long on, mid wicket and square leg are all in position, and that's exactly where this ball is played, down to mid wicket. Makes a meal of it on the ground there, but able to prevent it from going away for much more damage than that one. So Jay Peshwa now into the 30s. 32 from 27. Make that 33 from 28 with 3 fours and a 6. Sohan Matam, who is back on strike, 77 from 36. 10 fours and 3 sixes. So he has done a lot of damage so far, and you get the sense that he's not done yet. Okay, so Ramji ready again. That's worked into mid-wicket. Do they want 2? No, they will not get 2. So you'll accept those singles at this stage. Already 12 from the over. And 1 ball remaining. Long way to go in this innings, and you get the sense that if you had to estimate where they would end up, something north of 235 is probably what they're thinking. Now, choosing to go back around the wicket is Pranav Ramji has to be outside the line of off stump. That's a better line, and it's played into the offside for a single. A single that brings 13 runs coming from that over, the 11th over of the innings. Score is 117 without loss. 54 balls remaining in this innings. How far will they get? We'll have that question answered as soon as we get through the rest of this innings. 117 without loss. 117 without loss. Dangerous partnership here. Jay Peshwa 34 from 29, striking it at 117. Sohan Matam 78 from 37, striking it at 210, almost 211. So looking at where you are right now, you want to make sure that you continue pushing along if you are the KATY Raiders. And then the Texas Legends just have to find a way to get a wicket. Full toss. Lofted in the air, will land safely at mid-wicket. And, what happened here? They'll get at least two, but there will be a question as to whether or not he touched it while it was in, or while he was in contact with the rope. Did he touch the ball? That's what umpire Naveed Siddiqui is interested in finding out. But I think he's satisfied enough that that was just two. So Jay Peshwa now up to 36. Sohan Matam at the non-strikers end, 78 against his name. And this is Pranay Balaji continuing. Leg spinner, bowling to the left-hander. And he'll want this ball to pitch. Full tosses are probably easier to hit. That does pitch, and that's driven down the ground. Mid-off, in position to keep the damage to 1 run. So you get the sense that at this stage of the innings, singles and doubles are not the worst thing in the world, but you also expect that within a few deliveries or maybe a couple of overs, there will be a launch toward the back end of this innings. Struck, right through the hands of extra cover. That should have been a wicket. He almost got rid of the dangerous Sohan Matam, but it goes right through the hands, and then to add insult to injury, it goes away through extra cover for 4. Very catchable, head height, and his hands were set, I thought, in the exact right position. That is Sajid Chowdhury. But the ball burst right through his hands. And again, insult to injury, it goes away for 4. And that would have had a very debilitating impact on the rest of the field. So Sohan now moves into the 80s. Sohan Matam 82 from 38 with 11 4s and 3 6s. And this train keeps rolling. Nothing happening yet to prevent the damage. Driven down the ground. Almost a spectacular return catch and almost took out his partner, Jay Peshwa, at the other end. So a lot happening all of a sudden. Sohan Matam now up to 83. Jay Peshwa had to take evasive action. Boy. Looking at that replay, that ball almost striking Jay Peshwa, having to duck out of the way to make sure that that one did not make contact with him. That did not go where he was looking for it, but he'll get a couple more maybe. Yep, he does get a couple more. This is Hingy with the work running around from short third. Couple of runs more to the total. Jay Peshwa once again not getting that one where he was looking to play through mid-wicket. Got a thick under edge and the ball trickling back towards us here at what would be very, very fine leg for the left-hander. Tossed up, Yorker length, and well played. Just blocking this one, keeping it from being in the block hole. And 10 from the over. So that is the end of 12. 12 up, the score is 127 without loss. Well, I don't know if you were able to hear the team manager just now, just yelling to this pair at the wicket. 8 overs, they need 100 runs. That would require a scoring rate of 12.5 and over. 12.5 and over from here gets you exactly to 120, make that 227. If your scoring rate drops to 9 and over, you're at 199. At 10 and over, you're at 207. 11 and over, you're at 215. 12 and over, 223. 13 and over, you're 231. Something tells me that they are targeting somewhere around 13. And once again, with the batting to come, and I'm going to call one person in particular, Ryan Bagani, who is a big hitter of the highest order. I would not be surprised if he would be the one to come in next. He generally bats around 4 or 5 and is a tremendous finisher. But I would not be surprised if he were the one to come in at the fall of the next wicket, if there is a next wicket to fall. So into the attack now is Mohammad Zishan. Down the ground, this is Magira. One couple bounces, and that's just 1 run. So tremendous effort so far by this opening pair, this opening partnership now worth 128. Sahan Matam 83, Jay Peshwa 39. Is Peshwa back on strike? Oh, he bowled him. Went back to a foolish delivery, wanted to play it through the offside. There's a little bit of turn, and it might also have kept just a little low, and the middle stump is disturbed. So the first wicket falls. Mohammad Zishan into the attack, and immediately getting the dangerous Jay Peshwa. Tossed up delivery, just a little bit of turn. And that is the end of the opening partnership. But, exactly as I suspected, the man who is making his way to the middle is Ryan Bagani. So those of you who were or are a similar age to me will remember that when the West Indies cricket team was the best team in the world, the statement was always, you do not want to get Gordon Greenwich or Desmond Haynes out, because if you do, Vivian Richards will be coming in. Well, a similar situation here, I would think, because of the two to be dismissed, Jay Peshwa was the more sedate. And so there's every possibility of the scoring rate actually increasing with the arrival to the crease of Ryan Bagani. So if you've never seen him bat, and I hope this is not an episode of Commentator's Curse, if you've never seen him bat, you're in for a treat, because he strokes the ball better than most that you'll ever see. Plays his cricket in the minor leagues right here for the Houston Hurricanes. And one of the more exciting young cricketers that you'll see anywhere. So let's see what he does here. With the fall of the first wicket, 4 delivers remaining in the 13th over. Ryan Bagani on strike, facing up to Mohammad Zishan. First delivery. Fielded at extra cover, no run. So it's a good start. What you're looking to do is just have him play, but keeping it out of his hitting zone. In his hitting zone, he's very strong down the ground and very strong to extra cover. And there's a huge gap at extra cover right now. And he goes in that exact area for 4. That's really taking candy from a baby. That ball was right in the area to be hit toward extra cover. And there's a gigantic gap. There's a fielder sweeping on the offside, and there is a long off. And there is probably a 90-degree gap right in that area. That's exactly what Ryan Bagani exploits to get off the mark. So just now 2 balls remaining in the 13th over. Mohamed Zishan skied in the air but catchable. Oh, just pulling up at the last second there. Made a lot of room in to try to get to that one. Ryan Bagani not making good contact. Well, you know that he has one thing on his mind, is to score quick runs. And that was Sajid Chowdhury down here, who was not able to get that one. Now just tap back down the ground. And it's fielded. So a successful over, really, in the context of this game, a really good over. 6 runs coming from it. And the wicket of Jay Peshwa. So at the end of 4:13, the score is 133 for 1. First delivery in the 14th, just played through the offside for a single. Down the ground, 1 bounce, 2 bounces. So a couple singles to start this, the 14th over. Both of these batters, again, very, very dangerous. And both can set the stadium alight. And I'm expecting for them both to be hitting. But this is good bowling so far by Pranay Balaji. Keeping both of them relatively quiet. In the air, couple of runs at least. And they make it very easily. So they've been there. Well, Sohan Matam has been there for a long time. He's opened the innings, of course. He has faced 42 deliveries, so he's been there for a long time. As I said, the weather conditions are brutal. Temperatures around 101, 102 degrees Fahrenheit. So at some point, you might think that fatigue might start to set in with Sohan Mata, but the flip side of that coin is that you expect him to be able to hit out. And I would not be surprised if he starts doing that sometime soon. This is Bagani. Oh my goodness. Bagani looking to play that through that mid-wicket area, not able to make good contact, and lucky that it did not roll back onto the stumps. So that projected score now trending downward just a touch. Now at 202. Off the back foot, that's well played. That's good work. And a quick single taken. So kudos to Sohan Matam, who has been there for a very long time. And to his credit, is still running between the wickets, sprinting those runs. So 6 on the board so far. One ball remaining in the 14th. And expect some big shots coming. That's played into the offside. That's well played and well fielded. So good work. Another relatively inexpensive over. Only 6 coming from it. So at the end of 14, Score is 137. Make that 139 for 1. So Mohamed Zishan will resume coming from the highway end. Once again, you may just have been able to hear the voice of the team manager. 6 overs left, go for it. So expect the ball to be flying all over the place here. Sohan Matam, 86 from 43, exactly at a 200 strike rate, 11 fours and 3 sixes. Will be looking to swing for the fences. Driven down the ground, should just be 1. Good pick up and throw in. That is Pranay Balaji. Good work on his part to keep the damage to 1 run. And so now this brings Ryan Bagani on strike. In the air in this direction and landing just in front. Bouncing 1 foot in front of the ropes at wide long on for another boundary. So you've had obviously a lot of those. That is the second boundary struck by Ryan Bagani. He's now up to 12 from 8 with 2 fours. Slight change in the field as long on stays a little wider. Skied, but the keeper will be in the position to take this, and he spills it. Oh my goodness. You don't want to ever drop anyone, but you certainly don't want to drop either of these two, because their ability to bat through the innings, I think, will be the difference between a score well in excess of 200 and one slightly less than that. Naman Bagdi not able to take that catch. He was one of the gloves, so he should have had it. Catching practice for me here. Flies over my head. Yet another 6. My goodness. So the drop catch is followed up with a 6 down the ground. And once again, 150 is on the board, and Sohan Matam is into the 90s now. He's at 93 from 45, 11 fours. And that 6 just now was the 4th of his 4 sixes. Looking really, really dangerous. 150 is on the board. And how far does he get? Slams it straight. That might be close to, no, well fielded. That is going to be good work down here at long off by Pranay Balaji. Coming across, limiting the damage. 13 from the over so far. Last ball coming up. Now to Ryan Bagani. Oh, that's gone for 6. That is a huge hit. Drags this one wider, and it lands 15 or so yards over the rope at cow corner. 19 from the over. At the end of 15 rather, the score is 157 for 1. So we will have the final water break of the innings. Ryan Bagani and Sohan Matam looking dangerous and looking to drag this toward a score well in excess of 200. Short break, we'll be right back. Well, we're in the last 5 overs here. The score is 157 for 1. And you could hear, in fact, I'll say it after this delivery. This is going to be Pranay Balaji to continue down the ground. And it's going to go for 4. Sohan Matam now to 98. 98, and what I started to say was in the break, you could hear the team manager saying to both of these batters, the wind is blowing from the south, use that wind. Well, right now, Sohan Matam is hitting toward the south, so this is the end. They'll be batting from this end in overs 16, 18, and 20. And this is the end that they're looking to target, to take advantage of. So anything down the ground from here will be helped by the wind. The wind has died down a little bit, so not blowing very heavily right now. Dragging this into the gap. He's on 99. He's not going to come back for the second. So Ryan Bagani now 19 from 10 with 2 4s and a 6. The 6 that was the last ball that you saw from the 15th over. Both of these batters very dangerous, and one on 99. Very short and hammered down the ground. That's where they want him to play, and he does exactly that. Very honestly, it was a very loose delivery, landing short, and Ryan Bagani frankly could have hit that anywhere between long off and mid wicket. It was just a very short hit me ball, and it did get hit. So 6 down the ground, 168 on the board, and we have a little bit of a delay because every time the ball goes in that direction, there's always a chance that it can get lost. And that's what we have here. Unfortunately, with that delay, it keeps getting hotter and hotter. By the way, the ball has now been retrieved, so we'll be playing again shortly. Ryan Bagani now up to 25 from 11, actually striking it at a better strike rate than Sohan Matam. Bagani 2 4s and 2 6s, and here is Pranay Balaji again bowling to Ryan Bagani. Going back, looking to play this off the back foot, missing out on the shot. Attempted stumping, not successful. The foot remained firmly in place. Balaji works it for that single. So with that single, 1 ball remaining in the 16th, Sohan Matam, you might be able to hear his teammates. They've already started cheering in anticipation of him getting that 1 more run that will get him to a very well played century if he gets there. Short. Oh, launched well over the top of mid wicket for 6. And look at him. Absolutely tremendous. He got about the best hit me ball that he could have gotten, and it cashed in with full advantage, well and truly over the top of mid wicket for yet another 6. That is the end of over number 16. 18 runs coming from it. Sohan Matam 105 not out from 49 balls, 12 4s and 5 6s. The KATY Raiders are 175 for 1. So we're down to the last 4 overs, the last 24 balls. 175 for 1 is the score. Current scoring rate will get you to 219. Current scoring rate is 10.94. You can bet that these two will be eyeing a score well in excess of that. Bang! This is going to go down toward deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for a couple runs. This is RF Sonny back into the attack. 2 overs so far. There's 2 overs. The first and third of the innings. So 2 runs already from this over, and they'll be looking dangerous. Pulled massively, and there is too much work out there for the fielder running across from Calcorn and not able to get to it. So that is 4 more. So Sohan Matam and Ryan Bagani are putting on a show. Bagani now 32 from 15 with 3 fours. Make that 4 fours. Oh, check that, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Sohan Matam at the non-strikers end, 105 not out from 49 balls faced, 12 fours and 5 sixes. And you get the sense that this pair can do pretty much anything that they want. And the bowlers are at their mercy. About the only thing that could stop these two, I would think, probably is fatigue on the part of Sohan Matam, because he has been there the entire innings and it's extremely hot. Launched away for 6, well over the top of long off. Just flat batted. Tremendous strike by Ryan Bagani. He now moves to 38 from 16 balls faced, 3 fours and 3 sixes. And the score now up to 187. This genuinely could get ugly from here if you're not careful. And the bowling has not necessarily been horrible. There's some balls that have been loose, but this is all expert batsmanship. And this pair has put on a lot of runs already, and they're looking to do much more than that. Short, more catching practice, something else over my head, and yet another 6. Ryan Bagani is now into the 40s. He's up to 44 from 17 with 3 fours and 4 sixes. So we are now approaching the portion of the innings where there's really, you get the sense that there's not a lot you can do to stop these two, and certainly with only 20 balls remaining in the innings and still 9 wickets in hand, you can bet that they will be going for everything. So Raf Sonny bowled 2 overs, and he's now being treated very rudely here in his third. Ryan Bagani, Skyer, but this is catchable. Viraj Ejner, oh, misjudges it and drops it. It stayed up there forever, and he got there with well more than enough time, but not able to judge it properly, and it goes through, bursts through the hands. And unfortunately for him, Viraj Ejner, just dropping one of these 2 batters is not the best idea that you can have. And so 1 ball remaining here in the 17th over. Bowling to Sohan Matam. Down the ground, this would be Viraj Ejner again. That is a single to close things out here in the 17th. 20 runs coming from that over. Score after 17 is 195 for 1. the score on your screen, I believe, is inaccurate. Unofficially, I have 195. The scorecard says 191, but I believe that will be changing shortly. Anyway, there's a lot of runs on the board, and with 3 overs to go, bearing in mind where the wind is blowing from, and it's picking up again slightly, it is blowing from the end that Soham Matam is hitting from. So, very honestly, you don't always, in fact, you don't ever want to tell a bowler to bowl short. But if Soham Matam elevates this ball into the air, it will be helped by the wind. So you almost want him to play square of the wicket. Oh, looking for the big swing there. But anything that is launched down the ground between long on and long off in the V is going to go in such a way that it will be helped by the wind. This is Viraj Ejner again. Launched it down the ground, looking, and gone for 6 more. So that's exactly the direction that I was referring to, because the wind is blowing from the south. So anything that is launched in the air in that direction will be helped by the wind. And in fact, unofficially, that brings up to 200, 201 by my unofficial count. At some point, I would believe the scorecard will be accurate. It still says 191, which I know isn't right. In fact, now it says 197. Now, there's no way that's accurate. But anyway, we will continue watching to see what that looks like. Next delivery, tossed up. Didn't get this one as cleanly as the previous one, but it still goes for 6. Boy, this is a feeding frenzy. Soham Matam and Ryan Bagani have full license to go after the bowling, and very honestly, they're being helped, number 1, by the conditions with the wind blowing stiffly from the south, and then number 2, by bowling that has not been necessarily the best. In fairness, when 2 batters are in this type of mood, there sometimes cannot be a lot that you can do to stop them. So for the time being, let us assume that what is on the scorecard is accurate. I have it as being inaccurate, but for the time being, let's say that 203 for 1 is the score instead of my 207. So let's just stipulate that that's the case for the time being. But anyway, here is Soham Matam again going around the wicket. Skyer, who wants it? Oh, he drops it. Oh my goodness. The simplest of catches, running in from backward point, and unfortunately Pranav Ramji coming in from backward point, not able to take it. A pretty straightforward chance, it has to be said, and they get a single to boot, and that brings Ryan Bagani on to strike. Swipe and a miss. Just 1 ball remaining here in the 18th. 13 already from the over. And you can believe that he will be hitting out here because, again, this is the end from which they've been instructed to hit. Missing again, but I think this is a thick outside edge, and they should just get 1. That is the one that takes it to a tally of 14 from the over. From 12 deliveries remaining, you expect to see them target somewhere around 25 to 30 runs. Once again, my unofficial score I'll ignore for the time being. Let's go with what the score says on the actual scorecard. 205 for 1. Now taking the ball for the first time in this match is Hingy, the captain, who is a tremendous batter and also a very good bowler, but bringing himself on in the 19th over is never going to be easy, or for the first time in the 19th over is never going to be easy, and he'll be bowling to Ryan Bagani. Now, Ryan Bagani will be hitting into the wind, so maybe if you're Hingy, you want him to go down the ground. That's exactly the direction he goes, and it lands over the ropes for 6. So Ryan Bagani now up to 48. Score to 211 for 1. And Ryan Bagani once again going around the wicket now. Hingy launches it in the air, and that is Sajid Chowdhury fielding out there, doing well to limit the damage to just 1 run. Last 10 balls of the over. My apologies. Last 10 balls of the innings. 212 for 1. You would think that they'll be targeting at least 25 or so runs. Slow delivery. That's well bowled. Hingy pulling the string on that one, as they say. And getting Soham Matam to play early. Missing out on a potential boundary ball. Looking to score in that area, in that arc between long on and mid wicket. Hingy doing well here, going around the wicket, keeping the ball out of the hitting zone. Slower with delivery again, lofted in the air, catchable? No. Bounces right before it gets to the fielder at deep square leg. And they get 1. 8 runs already, relatively tame over, with the exception of that 6 off the first ball by Ryan Bagani, who is back on strike. The slow deliveries that have been bowled so far by Hingy have worked out well. In the air, this is definitely catchable. And again dropped. Oh my goodness. And with that double, Ryan Bagani gets to 50. There have been a number of drops, some of them difficult, some of them very straightforward, it has to be said. This was one of the latter that really should have been taken. Mughir Latif coming in from cow corner and had all kinds of time and was not able to hold on to it. Here's the last ball. Down the ground for 6. Look at that strike. Ryan Bagani, full license, 16 coming from the over. Should have been a wicket, but at the end of 19, the score is 221 for 1. So the last over will be bowled now by, is it Mohamed Zishan? Oh, he's standing there now, but not sure if he's the one who's going to get the ball. Very honestly, you don't want to be the person who's bowling the last over with 2 batters, one on 120 from 56, 12 fours and 7 sixes. The other 57 from 24 with 2 fours and 6 sixes. With the wind and in the last over, 9 wickets in hand. Absolutely devastating combination of numbers, because you can be assured that both of these are going to be looking to go big. Well, this will be Parth Garg, who opened the bowling, bowled overs 2 and 4. And he's now going to be asked to just limit the damage to 10 runs. If he gives up 10 here, I think he'll be happy. Ryan Bagani and the man on strike, Sohan Matam, are going to be looking to score somewhere around 18, I would think. So definitely looking to hit big here. Tremendous ball striking by these two. And in the field, the Texas Legends have looked relatively ordinary. Looking to go big, not able to get anything on it. And there's a signal from umpire Naveed Siddiqui. It is a leg by. Next delivery. In the air and gone for 6. Boy, this is really to the point where I said it before, candy from a baby type stuff. This was slanted in toward the leg side. And Ryan Bagani helping himself to 6 more runs. He now moves up to 63. 4 balls remaining in the over, 4 balls remaining in the innings. No way that Ryan Bagani can get to his 100, but I think he'll be looking to swing for the fences just the same. The scorecard is going to make for very sorry reading if you're the Texas Legends. This is Parth Garg again. Down the ground. Oh, landing in between long on and mid wicket. So just a single. 8 from the over so far. Sohan Matam back on strike. You're halfway through the over. And you're now looking to the point where you're going to see where exactly these balls can go. Big swing and a miss. Oh, I believe he might just be cramping. Played the shot, missed, and then immediately, I think, grabbed for his hamstring. But I think he's going to be okay, actually. So, looked very awkward going down, but I think he should be fine. But in the context of this game, it's a dot ball, a very precious commodity, and now just 2 balls remaining for the innings. Looking to go big again. You know that he's looking to swing for the fences. Stroke to extra cover. Look at that. This is just going to be a dot ball. So consecutive dot balls. In fact, aside from the 6, only 1 run has been scored from 5 delivers bowled. So 8 runs total, including a wide. Make that, yes, including a wide. No, I thought it was a leg by. But anyway, here's the next delivery. In the air, how far has this gone? It has gone for 6. So closing things out very appropriately with the 6. 14 runs come from that over. The end of the innings, and the score is 235 for 1. And I mentioned that this would not make for good reading. Jay Peshwa bowled by Mohamed Zishan for 39 from 34, 3 fours and a 6. Sohan Matam not out 127 from 60, 12 fours and 8 sixes. Ryan Bagani not out 64 from 26, 2 fours and 7 big sixes. So between those two, they hit 15 sixes. 16 if you throw in the 1 hit by Jay Peshwa. And 17 fours. 17 fours and 16 sixes. It all adds up to 235 big runs. A tremendous effort Really, really well done. And if you look over to the side, the avenue of bats is what Sohan Matam is getting as he's limping off. Tremendous effort by him. You don't always see somebody get the avenue of bats in a match like this. You might be able to hear them. So tremendous effort, absolutely tremendous, and that is the end of the innings. So I suspect we'll take a short break. I would almost think that Sohan Matam may not be able to come back out because he essentially was walking on one leg for the remainder of his innings. But a really steep hill to climb here for the Texas Legends when they come into bat. They're going to have to be chasing essentially 2 runs off of every ball from the get-go. Will they be able to do it? That question will be answered in about 15 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, where the KATY Raiders have absolutely lit things alive here. 235 runs put on the board by the KATY Raiders, the chief damager there, of course, in Sohan Matam. This innings of 120. And so now the Texas Legends are going to be asked to score 236 from 120 balls. No easy task. Batters are going to be Mohamed Zishan. And first on strike is going to be the left-handed opener. Get his name as soon as we can. Opening the bowling for the KATY Raiders is Aditya Ayapan. Umpires just wanting to make sure that everybody's ready. Sajid Chowdhury is the batter on strike. And Aditya Ayapan with the new ball in hand. Here we go. Right arm over, well down the leg side. Starting out with a freebie. And we're off and running. So, absolute brilliant ball striking by by Sohan Matam. Initially Jay Peshwa, and then definitely Ryan Bagani coming on to put things into their proper context and finish what really was a brutalizing of the innings. Full, looking to go big, huge swipe, and I think an inside edge trickles onto the pad, and then they run through for a single. So no indication there from umpire Rakesh Jain as to whether or not that was a leg by. So our deduction can be that it came off of the inside edge onto the pad. So the first run off the bat, and a very long way to go, of course, but how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And the Texas Legends are going to be looking to take as many bites of this elephant as they can. They have a long way to go, but the longest journey begins with the shortest step. This is played into the offside, run through for a quick single. So doing it in singles to start here. They're going to have to maintain effectively a rate of 11.85 and over the rest of the way. So basically needing to score 12 and over for the entirety of this innings. Obviously that's not something that's very easy, but throw in a few 4s and 6s and then some loose bowling, it can certainly happen. That's whipped around the corner for 4. So Mohamed Zishan and Sajid Chowdhury have the marching orders the way that they need to be. And sometimes if you're chasing such a big total, it's liberating in the sense that you know that you only have one option. Your only choice is to go for it. And if you get there, wonderful. If not, at least you can say you tried. But it does not make any sense to scratch around and try to gauge or estimate when do you need to go or when do you need to be conservative. There is none of that. Essentially, you're playing yourself in, walking to the wicket. When you get to the wicket, you have full license to play any shots that you need to. Ayapan again, blasted for 6. That had all kinds of trouble written all over it. That ball is dragged wide of mid-wicket, and it goes away for 6. So look, there are 2 teams here, and both teams get to bat. So regardless of what happened in the first innings, you cannot be in any way discouraged because you also have an opportunity to go after the runs. So you might be able to hear the voice of the KATY Raiders coach, the former Pakistani international Danish Kanaria, immediately signaling to bring third man inside or deep third inside. And then now there's a fielder back exactly where that ball just went, Ryan Bagani. So Ryan Bagani at wide, long on, and the bowling attack has switched to around the wicket. Looks for the swing through the onside, gets a thick under edge, beats the keeper and goes away for 4 more. So this is turning into an expensive over. 1 ball to come and already 17 runs coming from it. So not where he was looking to play that ball, you can be assured of that. But you'll take the runs any way that you can get them here. And this is Sajid Chowdhury, who is more than capable of scoring big. 11 from 3 so far with a 4 and a 6. And in fact, it's 15 from 4 with 2 4s and a 6. So the last ball of the over, around the wicket, short and brutalized, well over mid-wicket for yet, I believe, another 6. Yep, there's a signal from umpire Rakesh Jain, 6. So 23 runs coming from this first over. They needed to maintain a run rate of 11.85 and over. Well, they've gotten 2 times that much in this, the first over. 1 over done, 23 without loss. So left arm spin into the attack, Nadesh Canaria. I do not have any confirmation on this, but I'm wondering whether or not Nadesh Canaria is related to Danish Canaria, the head coach. Once again, former Pakistani leg spinner. And attacking field. First slip in position and then deep backward point. Left arm spin. That stays low. Goes past the outside edge for a dot ball. A precious commodity to assist in bringing back this run rate. Sometimes, well, in fact, not sometimes. Every time a spinner bowls inside the power play, you know he's a good spinner because you get the line wrong or the length wrong, you go for runs. But if you get it straight like this, you get right through the defenses of Mohamed Zichan, and the first wicket is on the board. Looking for a big swipe across the line, aiming toward mid-wicket, and only succeeding in looking around and seeing that his leg stump had been rearranged. So the first wicket goes down. Mohamed Zichan looking to go big, but only succeeding in finding his seat in the pavilion. He is going off. First wicket down. The score is 29 for 1. And my apologies. The score is 23 for 1. Not sure where an extra 6 runs just came from on my score sheet, but anyway. 23 for 1, Nadesh Canaria with the wicket, and now the batter who is at the wicket is Captain Hingy. Obviously still inside the power play. This is the second over, so 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Looking around. Literally everyone is still inside the circle. Actually now Ryan Bagani is dropping back, so he's going back to long on. That is the only fielder outside the circle. Everyone else inside. So very aggressive field except for the spinner. Oh, looking to go down the leg side and half heart to the field for LBW, but umpire Naveed Siddiqui says no. Next delivery. No run. Sohan Matam, good to see him on the field. Was struggling a little bit toward the back end of his innings with the bat, but already able to field. Now 2 dot balls, make that 4 dot balls already in the over. This is a brilliant first over by Canaria. Next delivery. Make that 3 dot balls in a row after the wicket, which itself was a dot ball, and there was a dot ball before that. So all the deliveries in this over so far have been dot balls, and if this one is a dot ball, then we will have a wicket maiden. Really good bowling so far. The first over went for 23. The left arm spinner has come in and shut things down. Played into the offside, no run. A wicket maiden, brilliant first over here from Nadish Canaria. At the end of 2, the score remains 23-1. So 2 overs up, the score's 23-1. Another 213 runs needed in another 108 balls. So going to a double spin attack. This is going to be Darshan Haribabu. Darshan Haribabu bowling around the wicket to the left-handed. Opening batter, this is lofted down the ground and should just be 1. Well fielded. So Darshan Haribabu brought into the attack. The first over, pace bowler Aditya Ayapan went for several runs, 23 of them. But a wicket maiden bowled by Nadish Canaria, and now Darshan Haribabu continuing the pressure with spin. So this is a good attack. And we'll see if they're able to maintain that pressure. Now the 2 fielders in the deep bowling to the right-hander are long on and mid-wicket. Next deliver, push through more quickly, but straight to the fielder and the covers for no run. So a really long way to go here, and they have been pegged back after a promising start. And that's lofted in the air, nobody out there, and it lands just over the rope for 6. That is Krish Bhakta out there, who was running across from mid-wicket but not able to get to it in time, and it goes away for 6. So I started saying a promising start. Then they were pegged back by a couple of good, in fact, by 8 good deliveries by the spinners, but that 9th delivery went for 6. And now all of a sudden, you get the sense that they want to go on the charge again. Fired through more quickly and straight to square or to cover. A dot ball. So just 2 balls remaining now here in the 3rd. Using his feet very well and comes down the track. Another 6. Good looking shot. Using his feet really well that time, Hingy. Skipping down the wicket and making sure he got right to the pitch and depositing it straight down the ground for 6. So 13 runs come from the over. Good looking over here. At the end of 3, the score is 36 for 1. $36 for 1, so exactly 200 runs now needed for victory for the Texas Legends. This will be Nadish Kanaria, who will be bowling his 2nd over. His 1st over was a wicket maiden, so you can't do better than that. So a left arm spinner bowling to a left arm orthodox spinner bowling to the left-handed batter. So you certainly take the slip out, because if there's any turn, it will be into the left-hander. And he's now bowling around the wicket to him. Looks to go down the leg side. Appeal for leg before. Very honestly, you'll never get that. Bowling around the wicket to a left-hander. So it's almost impossible to have that ball not pitch outside leg if it's threatening the stumps. And if it pitches on the stumps with that angle, it's most likely going on to miss off stump. In the air, that is Krish Bhakta down there to make sure that that just stays a single. So that is the first run scored off of Nadish Kanaria. So now the deficit is under 200, which is very little solace, because there's clearly a lot of distance still to go, very long way, needing to score now at the rate of 11.94 and over. Right in the block hole, and it gets through the keeper. So these might be byes. Coming back for a 2nd. And no signal from umpire Naveed Siddiqui. So apparently that would have clipped something on the way through, either bat or pad. Not pad, I'm sorry, bat or glove, because it's given as runs. Oh, looking big, but Hingy not able to get a hold of it. Credit to him, he's bowled very well, doing well to pull things back. Oh, this is smoked. This is not going to be pulled back. That goes all the way for 6 over mid-wicket. Hingy going down on one knee and breaking out the full-blooded swipe over mid-wicket. So it goes for 6. 1 more ball remaining in the over. So that's the first big hit off of Kanaria. 9 from the over so far, with 1 ball to come. And now the field just scrambling around a little bit because Red Hingy, very dangerous batter, and you can expect to see him hitting out here. Last delivery, goes in the same direction. Doesn't get the same contact, but it will go away for 4. So a productive over. 3 of the 4 overs have actually been very productive. This one goes for 4, and that is the end of the 4th over. 13 runs coming from it. And look at this. 13-0 or 13 from this over to go with the 36 before. The score is 49 for 1 after 4. Back here at Prairie View, another 187 runs needed. We need to get them in 96 balls, so it's a very steep hill to climb, but Mohammad Zishan, make that Sajid Chowdhury, and Red Hingy are looking to do something about that deficit. 23 from 9 for Sajid Chowdhury. Red Hingy 24 from 12 with 1 4 and 3 6s already. This is Darshan Haribabu, short, outside off, a wave and a miss. So a couple of dot balls. Darshan Haribabu again. Short, and this is bouncing too high. Sajid Chowdhury wants to target that gap at mid-wicket. A very big gap. In fact, no one in front of square. In fact, one fielder in front of square and no one else back there. And in fact, now they're making a move. They're dropping square leg back to the boundary and they're bringing long off inside the circle. So much more leg side dominant field, looking to close that gap exactly where Sajid Chowdhury was just aiming. Darshan Haribabu again around the wicket to the left-hander, short, smoked in that exact direction, but good pickup. That's just 1 run. So 50 up with that shot. So you've gotten a little bit less than 20% of the way there in terms of the overall number of runs that you need, but you're quickly running out of deliveries here. 2 balls remaining in the 5th over. Of course, you're still inside the power play, but in another 8 deliveries, you'll be out of the power play and the field can be a lot more defensive. So you're going to have to be very judicious with regard to your stroke play, because very full stroke back to Haribabu himself. And this is certainly a much better over than the last one. 1 run so far with 1 ball remaining. Around the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, keeper did not see where it went, and it's a top edge running down towards the boundary, and it will not, or did it go for 4? Don't think it did. That's Ryan Bagani who was able to track it down. And those are in fact 2 leg byes. So that is the end of the over. Much better over for the KATY Raiders, only 3 coming from it. After 6, make that after 5, the score is 52 for 1. And in fact, 5 overs up, so it's time for a quick water break. We'll be right back. So 5 overs up, the score is 52 for 1. KATY Raiders having scored 235. And that's first delivery down the leg side and helped away for 4. This is Krish Bhakta into the attack. And he's greeted very rudely by Sajid Chowdhury. Krish Bhakta from over the wicket, left arm, quick but getting that one just a little too straight, and it is helped away down behind square for another boundary. So Sajid Chowdhury, once again, both of these batters have full license to do whatever they need to do to score runs, because there's a very big target on the board and they have no choice but to go for it. So here's Bhakta again. Oh my goodness, that was chopped and just bounced over the top of the stumps. That could easily have gone back onto the stumps. Luckily for Chowdhury, that's not what happened. But very easily that could have gone onto the stumps. But that does bring Rit Hingy onto strike. Rit Hingy so far 26 from 14. Both batters have faced 14 deliveries. Rit Hingy 1, 4, and 3 sixes. And in fact, Sajid Chowdhury has faced 15. He's up to 29 with 3 4s and 2 sixes. And we are in the last over of the power play. Here's Bhakta again. Where does that end up? That goes a very long way, and it lands all the way over mid-wicket for 6. So, again, full license for both of these batters to go for all the shots that they can. And that delivery from Bhakta, not quite full enough. I think he left it a little bit too short. You either want to be short of length or you want to be all the way up in the block hole. That one was sort of in between and easily helped over mid-wicket for another 6. So, off and running, Rit Hingy up to 32 from 15 with 1 4 and 4 sixes. Sajid Chowdhury 29 from 15. So both batters have faced the same number of balls. 4 4s and 2 sixes for Sajid Chowdhury. So 173 is the deficit. So they're definitely making a earnest push at this total. Slow delivery, lofted in the same direction. More work to do for mid-wicket. He cannot there. That's 4 more. So already 15 from the over. Bearing in mind, you have to maintain an over or a scoring rate of 11.7 per over the rest of the way. So you've already got 15 from this over with 2 balls to come, which means that obviously you don't necessarily want to take your foot off the gas, but you've already gotten all the runs that you need from this over. But if I know Rit Hingy, he's going to want to continue attacking, and there's a man now in position almost exactly at that same place where that ball just went. Next delivery, goes for the big one. That is actually a better length that he bowled on that occasion. So the last several were sort of in the slot, but this one was just a little get under it the way that he needed to. I think they ran through for what should be a leg by. I didn't see a signal from umpire Naveed Siddiqui. But 16 from the over with 1 ball remaining. So to the extent that you've gotten plenty of runs already, you want to make sure that you continue capitalizing on what you've already gotten. And now bowling to the left-hander. Have to close this over out strong here. Here's Bhakta. Sailing over the attempted pull. Kind of got away with that too, because that was a ball that was, generally speaking, a ball that Sajid Chowdhury should be able to score off of. So he misses out on the attempted pull. That is a dot ball to close things out in the 6th end of the power play. The score is 68 for 1. .45 coming from the last 5 overs. The score is 68 for 1. Another 168 to go for victory. You need to get those 168 runs in 84 balls. So you're needing now exactly 2 runs off every ball the rest of the way. That is absolutely not an easy task. But back to my elephant analogy. How do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. So this is going to be Darshan Haribabu to bowl his 3rd over. He's already bowled 2. His first 2 overs cost 16 runs, relatively tame by comparison. And he will be bowling to Captain Hingy. Works it to short mid-wicket. Up, it's going to be overthrows. Okay, a little bit sloppy there. So Hamata fielding at mid-wicket, throwing toward the bowler's end, and not picked up cleanly by Darshan Haribabu, and then certainly no backup on the other side. So a little bit of sloppiness gives away an extra run. You might be able to hear the yelling of Coach Danish Canaria. Stroked in the air towards the gap. Long off coming across. That is a good piece of fielding. That is Nadish Canaria on the boundary. And he's able to limit the damage to 1 run. So now bowling to the left-hander again. He's now going to be bowling over the wicket. Or is he? Yes, he will be bowling over the wicket. So slanting, looking to slant the ball across the left-hander. So Hamata moving over now to short mid-wicket for the left-hander. It appears as though he will be doing short mid-wicket to short mid-wicket for the entirety of the match. Oh, he knocked him over. Wanted to go big, looking to mid-wicket, but the change of angle going across him, going over the wicket, does the trick. Looking to go through the mid-wicket area. That one maybe staying a touch low as well, but he knocks him over. And he looks back, unfortunately for him. Sajid Chowdhury sees that his leg stump has been knocked back. So the second wicket goes down. And Sajid Chowdhury, after a rollicking start, has to walk back to the pavilion. 29 from 17 with 3 4s and 2 6s. And the Texas Legends are 71 for 2. So 71 for 2. New batter is going to be Naman Bagdi, wicket-keeper batter. Bagdi coming in to join his captain, Hingy. 71 for 2. 3 balls remaining in this, the 7th over. The required rate inching ever upward. It is now 12.2. Scoring at a healthy rate, actually, the Texas Legends 10.92. But they need to be able to score at a rate more quickly than that. They need to up it by about 2 more runs and over. 1.3 runs and over. But that's not going to be easy. Number one, you're out of the power play, so the field can be much more defensive. And then number 2, even though Hingy has been there for a while, 39 from 19 with 2 4s and 4 6s. Naman Bagdi is brand new to the crease. He will have to get started all over again. And he does not have a lot of time. Only 54 more balls. Played in the covers. I said 54 balls, my apologies. 80 more balls. But 80 balls in which to score 165 runs is a really, really stiff ask. Oh, plays this one back towards the bowler. Sort of an inside edge. Didn't really time it properly. It trickles back to the bowler for no run. So just 3 runs from the over so far with 1 ball remaining. And Darshan Haribabu bowling a really good spell so far. 1 more ball in his 3rd over. And he has taken the wicket and only conceded 19 runs. Naman Bagdi, and he will remain on strike as that ball goes to mid-wicket for a single. That's the end of the over. Very successful over. 4 runs coming from it. 1 wicket as well. So after 7, the score is 72 for 2. So new batter, in fact this is Red Hingy on strike, new bowler. Oh, bad delivery and he gets the treatment. Cannot bowl at length to anybody, and certainly not to Red Hingy, who has full license to go after every ball that deserves to be hit, and that one I think deserved to be hit, just dropping that way too short. And Red Hingy depositing it over mid-wicket. So this new bowler is treated very rudely. The first thing that you need to be able to do is pitch that ball up, because at that length you're not going to trouble any batter. And this is Nadesh Kanari again back into the attack. At first ball not going exactly where he wanted it to. In fact, the scorecard may not be accurate because we already have Nadesh Kanari bowling, but this is a different bowler. Worked into the offside, or into the onside rather. So on the scorecard there are 2 number 24s, which absolutely does not help anything at all. So one of the 24s is Sean Jindal, the other 24 is Nadesh Kanaria. So one of them is a lefty, the other is a righty. So we'll have to await confirmation on exactly which one this is. But tapped into the onside for a single. Now this is the new batter. Tossed up and played down to long on for single. In fact, the new batter is Karthik Doraraj. Oh, looking big. That did not go where he was intending. Trickles to short third. They'll get a single. And all of a sudden, there are a handful of names on the scorecard that we do not have here. So forgive us as we work through the difficulties. But anyway, this is Kartik Doraj. Back and playing in front of the stumps. Dot balls close things out here in the 8th. Much more tame over than the last one that we had. And that is the end of 8. The score is 80 for 3. So this will be Darshan Haribaba to continue. Bowling to Hingy. Appeal for an LBW. Enthusiastic appeal, but immediately turned down by umpire Rakesh Jain. Going for a quick single. It's just bunting it into the onside and running through. So Hamata, who had a lot of work to do early when he was batting, and again was struggling with a bit of an injury of some sort. Not able to get to that one. That's defended in front of the stumps for no run. That's played through the offside. Sweeper coming off the boundary to clean up. Certainly a long way to go here, but scoring rate has dried up just a little bit, and the required rate continuing to tick upward. Short, played into the offside. It's going to be again the sweeper on the boundary to collect, and just one ball now remaining in this, the 8th over. Make that the 9th over. My apologies. Played down to deep backward square leg. They'll get 2. Long run for Krish Bhakta. And that's all they'll get. So we'll straighten out this scorecard and all the different moving parts in just a minute. But for now, big picture, the score is 85 for 3. 86 for 3 to start the 10th. This is stroked down the ground to long off for a single. So Kartik Doraj 5 from 6. Rick Hingy 49 from 25 with 2 4s and 5 6s. So the next single taken by him will allow him to get to his 50, but he'll be thinking of much more than 50 today. And drops this down to short third. They'll get 1, and that will be his 50. In fact, he's coming back for the second. So well played 50 by the captain, Red Hingy. In fact, just very muted acknowledgement of that 50 because he knows that he has a lot more work to do. And as of this point, he is going to be thinking of batting the entirety of the way, all the way through the innings, because you're now needing 14 runs and over, 13.78. So smokes it in the gap between mid-wicket and cow corner, and that goes for 4. So he certainly will be thinking that he has a whole lot more to do than just 50, because you need at this stage 143 balls or 143 runs, and you need them in 63 balls. There's no question that it's a really steep uphill climb. 13.62. The inning started out with you needing almost 12 runs and over. So they've basically kept it within range, but to be able to sustain that type of required rate over the course of an entire innings can be very challenging. Next delivery. Off the back foot, there is a sweeper coming in off the cover fence. Good strong throw. And they get a single. So Kartik Doraj. Now facing up. Oh, this goes by the outside edge. And this is Nadishkan area. So once again, we may have gotten those 2 names switched earlier. I apologize. Oh, very deliberate late cut. This is picked up by Krish Bhakta, and they get a single. So they need a whole lot more of these, but a productive several overs so far. That is the end of 10. And so another water break coming up, 5-minute break, 10 runs coming from that over. After 10, the score is 96 for 3. So 95 for 3, 10 overs up. Texas Legends need 141 in the next 10 overs. Make that 140 in the next 9 overs and 5 balls. As that's a single down to long on. So we got a little bit of information regarding the two number 24s. So the bowler who bowled over is number 2 and 4, Sean Jindal. And the bowler who came on later and bowled also number 24 is in fact Nadesh Canaria, the son, just confirmed, of Danish Canaria. Tossed up, going down the leg side. They'll get a single here. This is Jay Peshwa, leg spinner, bowling from over the wicket into the two right-handers. Jay Peshwa, a left-handed opening batter, but a left or right-handed leg spinner. Next delivery, very much tossed up, and that's swept away. That's diving attempt, a short fine leg, not going to be able to get to it. Does it get to the boundary? No. Good work by him to retrieve that ball, maybe a couple of yards in front of the ropes, a deep fine leg. So a couple more. And we'll go through the points table very shortly. In fact, we can do that now. The Texas Skywalkers are at top of the table. 1-4 lost 2. They have 24 points. Tied at the top of the table with the TCC Kings. Also 1-4 lost 2. KATY Raiders 1-2 lost 3. And Texas Legends 1-1 lost 4. So this matchup is essentially teams in the division. And that's played into the. This actually brings up the 100. Hingy back on strike. Hingy again with full license. Oh my goodness, full toss, and it is deposited over backward square. That should have gone for 6, I believe. And umpires are checking with each other. In fact, one umpire is signaling 4, the other is signaling 6. I think that will need to be checked out. Standing umpire Rakesh Jain is one who signaled 4. For a split second, it appeared as though Naveed Siddiqui was signaling 6, but let's just go ahead and assume it was 4. The other thing that they were looking for, checking with each other, is to see whether or not that was a full toss above waist height. Of course, a full toss above waist height results in a no ball, so that would have been the first thing that you wanted to check and make sure that was not a violation of that kind. Peshwa again. Long hop. And very little bounce though. And it's swept away to Krish Bhakta deep on the boundary at square leg. They get a couple more. And that is going to be the end of the over. So at the end of 11, the score is 108 for 3. 108 for 3. 128 more runs needed for victory. And 54 balls in which to get them. Required rate 14.22, and this does not get any easier as this is Nadish Canaria bowling from the forest end. And as again I mentioned that, there's going to be an overthrow, kind of sloppy again. And that will irritate both coach and the bowler. Started saying Nadish Canaria confirmed to be the son of former Pakistani spinner, leg spinner, and now coach of the KATY Raiders, Danish Canaria. That's going to be 2 runs. Thick inside edge running down to fine leg. Long run coming across here. That's going to be Siddharth Saladi. And he does enough to keep that from going to the boundary. But 2 more runs. So essentially you need 2 runs off every ball the rest of the way. They've already accomplished that with the first 2 balls of this over. Danish Canaria, of course, a former Pakistani leg spinner and tremendous bowler when he played. Stroked into the extra cover area, good stop. And so if there were going to be somebody who would learn the art of good leg spin, you'd expect that it would be the son of a former international leg spinner. Tossed up, goes for the big hit. Lands in front of long off. They'll just get a single. Well, the deficit slowly coming down, but not coming down nearly as quickly enough as the Texas Legends need for it to, because again, when you're chasing such a big target, each single makes the required rate go up. You're needing 2 runs off every ball, so every single makes that harder. This is a thick inside edge to deep mid wicket for yet another single. So starting to get to that part of the innings where it's going to feel relatively preordained as to what will happen the rest of the way. Stroke down the ground, yet another single. That single brings the required rate above 15. So 7 runs come from the over. At the end of 12, the score is 115 for 3. So going back to, in fact, this is a new bowler, and I'm just realizing that again, there's 2 more field of players who have the same number. So I assume that this is Sumyak Shah. So my apologies. A couple of overs ago, I announced the bowler as Jay Peshwa. It turns out that that was, in fact, Sumyak Shah. Sumyak Shah now bowling his 3rd over. The 2nd over, I'm sorry. First over went for 13, starts out here with a single. Tossed up and stroked down to long off. And once again, this is starting to get to the time of the innings where it's starting to feel preordained. The required rate now north of 15.5. And you don't have a lot of options. Stroke down the ground, good looking shot, but it's going to be covered by Siddharth Saladi. Oh, throw comes back in. looking to the non-strikers, and Hingy doing well to get back. So that's 2 more. Hingy now 69 from 35, 4 4s and 5 6s. He's a non-striker. Karthik Dorayaraj, 15 from 16. Tossed up, dragged into the gap between long on and mid-wicket. They jog back for the second. So relatively productive over this. 6 from the over so far with 2 balls to come. And by the way, they have now crossed the halfway point in terms of the number needed for victory. They are now 120. They need another 116, but the problem there is they only have 44 balls in which to get them. Tossed up, outside off. Too far outside off for the liking of Rakesh Jain. Not very many extras being bowled in this inning so far. Just 5 by my unofficial count. 5 extras, 7 6s, 7 4s. And that's in the air. Stays in the air for a while, but pretty simple. Single taken in the cover as just 1 ball remaining now in the 13th. 114 deliveries left. And we're almost at the point, unless this is a 4 or a 6, that the required rate will be above 16. Down the leg side, that goes for 4. It should go for 4, I believe. Yep, gets to the rope now. So ends the over with a drag down. And that drag down, 12 runs come from the over. Another 110 needed for victory. The score is 126 for 3. Back to Canaria. Punched down to long off for a single. Canaria's 3 overs so far have cost 24 runs. But effectively the spinners have taken the tail, or the sting out of the tail of the chase. Tossed up. That's a good looking shot by Hingy. Couple. Now just 1 down to long off, a wide long off, almost an extra cover. And yet another single. Now that required rate really is above 16. Almost to the point where you're looking for 3 runs off every ball. 108 more runs needed from 40 balls. Well played. Punching this into the covers for no run. Deliver short and forced into the offside. Quick single taken. In fact, the throw coming into the bowler's end. And without repeating myself, it's now getting to the point where the game is just getting away from the Texas Legends. And it also feels like the urgency with which they started this innings is gone. Slam the right back past the bowler. That's going to go for 4, but that very well could have been a spectacular return catch. Certainly in the air. Struck very firmly by Hingy. And he put his one hand out there. It was his left hand, so he's left-handed. I'm sorry, his right hand. He's right-handed. And he almost pulled off a one-handed catch, but it goes by and goes away for 4. So just 1 ball remaining now in the 14th over. 7 runs from this over already. And to the extent that you have bust 1 ball remaining. So 37 balls remaining here in the match. From 37 balls, they need 103 runs. So 16.7 runs and over. And here we are again. So there's just 1 ball remaining here in the 14th. Played down the ground. That's just going to be a single. So that's the end of a decently productive over. 8 coming from it. But in the context of this game, it does take you further away from victory. 14 gone. The score is 134 for 3. Fifteenth over in progress. This is played off the back foot through extra cover. They should get 2. Good strong throw coming into the striker's end, but 2 runs on the table. That is, I believe that's Chris. No, that's not Chris Bacta. That is fielder out there at long off coming across. And we're really now 17 runs and over plus is what you need the rest of the way. So tossed up delivery, swept away. That is Chris Bacta down there at deep backward square. And should just be, in fact, they get a couple. So 2 balls, 2 runs each. Once again, a productive start to the over. But when you are looking up at a score like 98 in 34 balls, 2s really hurt your chances. For the fences at this point, or you accept your fate because it's going to be very difficult to get where you need to get 98 in the next 30. This is now played into the onside. You get a couple, now just 1. Through the 15th over. After this over, my sense would be you have your break for 105. You want that of caution. Make sure that these players get as much hydration as possible. Halfway through his 3rd over. So far, 2.3 overs, none for 30. Skyer should be pretty simple and taking a short fine leg. So another wicket goes down. Pretty straightforward catch. Looking to accelerate was Karthik Doraj. Not able to get anything more than just a top edge on that, and a pretty simple catch taken at short fine leg. So 3rd wicket goes down, and in fact, umpire Rakesh Jain is calling for the water break at this point. So this will be the final break for the day. Going silent for about 5 minutes. 97 more runs needed in the next 32 balls. We'll be right back. So 5 overs and 2 balls remaining in this innings and in this match. The new batter is going to Pranay Balaji. Let's just go with Pranay Balaji. 2 balls remaining here in the over for Sumyak Shah. 2 overs, 2.4 overs. 1 for 30 are his figures. And about the only intrigue left in this match, I would think, is to see whether or not Rit Hingy can get to his 100. So 1 ball remaining now. Rit Hingy on strike, 84 from 42 with 6 4s and 5 6s. So he has batted really well. That should be close to the boundary. No, cut off down there by Krish Bhakta. They come back for a couple. So Rit Hingy gets to 86. That is the end of the over. 142 for 4 after 15. 30 runs. I make that 30 balls and 94 runs. You do at this point need more than 3 runs off of every ball. Highly unlikely. So as I said, probably the only thing to watch for the rest of the way is to see whether or not Rit Hingy gets to his 100. 142 for 4.
What's up, big man? What's up, big man? How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? Good. You been umpiring?
Yeah. The game was easy.
That's when the Skywalker one.
Yeah.
They played final. They should have played better.
Yeah, they should have.
They didn't bowl well, huh?
They didn't bowl good.
And they didn't bat it well. Even the mark.
Yeah.
Ayan Khan.
So Ayan Khan taking up the attack from the forest end. Right arm over the wicket. Full outside off, as we say hello to a young all-rounder in every sense of the word, Ishan Napani. Good afternoon, Ishan.
Good afternoon.
You're going to be here for the next 5 overs, 4 overs and 5 balls, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I need more than 1 word at a time from you, Ishan. What do you see in this match so far? Okay, 94 runs needed in the next 28 balls. Can they get there?
No, because they got a good bowling attack, and also there's a lot of pressure on there. And when there's more pressure, they'll most probably try to look for singles, which isn't enough to score 94 in 28.
Well, more to that point that you just made, they need 19 runs per over. So every time you score a single, it actually makes the required rate go up. So I think you're right. Next delivery, outside off, yet another wide. Now, if you get a whole bunch of... I asked you this question last week. What is the highest number of runs you can score in an over?
Infinite?
You're absolutely right, and that happens if you either bowl a bunch of wides or a bunch of no balls. Do you think it's likely, given the fact that they are such a good bowling side, as you say, that they will bowl a lot of wides?
Probably not. He's just probably under pressure and not able to bowl properly, or is slipping over there. Yeah. He's trying to hit now, trying to get 19 runs, which isn't probably possible now.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but Rit Hingy, who is on strike now, Rit has 86 from 43, 6 4s and 5 6s. I said earlier, probably the only intrigue that's left in this match is whether or not Rit can get to his 100. So we're 3 deliveries into the 16th over. Does he get to his 100?
You should have told me that earlier.
Oh, bang, over the top of mid-wicket for 6. Rit Hingy goes into the 90s. 92 from 44, 6 4s, and now 6 6s. So, you were saying?
You should have told me that earlier.
Why would that have made a difference to you?
It wouldn't have. I just wanted to know. So, yeah, I guess, hopefully I don't jinx it, but he might score a century. because I'm really good at jinxing stuff. He might score a century, but then again, they might get better bowlers in, or they might give opportunities. It depends on how this next over plays out.
Okay, so the way that we're looking at this, and I think the only difference, or the only intrigue left in this match is this matchup right here. So the question is he going to get there? Looking to pull this, and in fact gets it all the way down to wide long on. They'll get one. So I think now, do you try to farm the strike if you're Rit Hingy, or do you just take the singles when they present themselves to you?
Farm strike.
Why would you farm the strike in a T20?
Because you want to win, right? So
you're not playing a test match, so each time you farm the strike, it's an opportunity you have to miss out on scoring. Played through the offside, they may get two. In fact, they've settled for one. So tell me about that. Why do you think they should farm the strike? Because
if Ruth gets his century, is good, right? But also, he should try and win it for the team. Because if they get close, it's good for them, right? But if they don't, then it's just soaking on the way home with just runs.
Pulls it away fine. It's going to run away for 4. So he moves up now to 97 from 46. 7 4s and 6 6s. And that should be the last ball of the over. Yep, that is the end of the over. So 157 for 4. Rit Hingy 97 from 45. Ishan Malpani, your thoughts?
Good batting, but I think Soham Motam's innings is better because it was actually...
I did not ask you to compare the two.
But, okay, fine. I mean, it's good. Like 97 off 45 is really... When you achieve that type of score in that little balls, it's a really good accomplishment if you try to get 100 under 50 balls. But once you get that, then you're looking for more because you know you can do that now. So you might look for more runs under less balls.
Okay, so this is going to again be Sean Jindal, or is it? Yep, Sean Jindal. Left arm around the wicket, bowling now to Pranay Balaji. Worked into the leg side. I'm sure they will not look for 2. Because now Rit Hingy is 1 strike away from getting to his 100. Now, do you take your helmet off and celebrate if you're Rit Hingy and you get to your 100 here?
Yeah, because there's nothing else left in the game. At least celebrate the moment.
I think if he celebrates, it will be a very muted celebration. This will be 98. Siddharth Saladi. So just 1 run here. That brings Pranay Balaji back on strike. And defended back to the bowler for no run. Okay, so you would have looked at the standings. Tell me what you just said and tell me any additional information about that.
These two are going to play tomorrow because even though Raiders win, they only have 3 wins while TCC Kings and Skywalkers have 4 wins under their belt each. So
now,
I mean,
that should just be a single down the ground. So 1 ball remaining. Rit Hingy on 98 from 47. Do you try to play a hero ball here and hit a 6 or 4?
No, because I mean, if he gets the celebration, it might be like a muted celebration, but there's no point in going.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, that's a direct hit. He went back for the other run to try to get his century. And he's run out at the non-striker's end. In fact, okay, well, Premier Bagani run out. My bad. I didn't see that there for a second. So, almost thought it was the most horrible of dismissals. Almost thought that your jinx worked. He tried to get back on strike. In fact, tried to get to the other end to get to the 100. Have you ever heard the rule, do not run on a misfield?
I mean, yes, but I always run on a misfield.
Well, that is Exhibit A why you don't run on a misfield. Because maybe the pressure of getting to the 100 is what he was thinking about. But he did try to sneak that extra run because of the misfield. And the direct hit at the non-striker's end saw the back of him. Now, Premier Bagani is out. Coming to the wicket is
Mughira Latif.
Mughira Latif. Yep, you're absolutely right. Mughira Latif. Coming in to join Hingy. And it will be Mughira Latif on strike. I believe that was the last ball of the over, or was it? Yep, it is the last ball of the over.
They need to learn that.
So they tried to go for that additional run. Did not work. He was looking for a single. He was looking for a single to get to his 100. Unfortunately, he got run out. Now, bowling from the forest end is going to be Sumiak Shah. Sumiak Shah bowling now to... Yes, that's the forest end. This is the highway end.
How can't you just say N8 and NB? And NC and ND? And just then do N1 and N2. That's what you should do. Make it less harder. Work smarter.
Pulled into the gap at mid-wicket is going to go down to... Oh, that was his 100. Okay, just missed it there. Muted celebration as we thought. It was the occasion of him getting to his 100, and so he'll be appreciative of that. But as we thought, a very muted celebration. Not much in terms of... Nothing compared to, for example, the celebration that you saw from Sohan Matam earlier. Because essentially this chase is over with. You're looking for, at this point, 26 runs and over, which is not going to happen. It's certainly possible, highly unlikely. And it's just a matter of understanding what the final score is going to be now. So we're at 16 balls remaining, 73 runs needed from 16 balls. At this point, you're just essentially playing for your average, I would think. So this is Hingy back on strike on an even 100. Skyer, mid-wicket, and it goes. Oh, what a catch. That is a tremendous catch. Well judged. Nadish. Oh. He must have seen somebody do that before. Good catch in the outfield. For a split second, I thought it would have been over his head, but he judged it well, jumped at the perfect time, and took it probably 7 feet in the air. So great catch by Nadish Canaria. And that is the end of a brilliant innings. Hingy walking off very slowly. He did what he tried to do what he needed to have done. In fact, he scored 100 at more than 2 runs a ball. But unfortunately, you were saying.
I was about to say, if Ruth can just hit 5 6s and farm strike, that's probably what could win them the game. But right when he hit that, I'm like, oh, 6. But he got caught by a very good catch, and Nades should be happy, or at least a little happy that he caught a stunner.
Yes, that's not an easy catch. So when you field, first of all, you keep. Secondly, you field in the outfield, right? Tell me how difficult it is to catch a ball in the outfield that's hit like that.
So, yeah, your jump has to be perfect. If it's a little off, you're either gonna get down too quickly, or you're just gonna palm it up back into the boundary. So, and some of those high catches too, they're hard to judge when you have to run and take them. So, yeah.
Well, this new batter is going to be okay, let's see what is he
in 3 minutes.
Is he giving him out timed out?
Let's give him a break.
Umpire Naveed Siddiqui with a very stern warning because the new batter took his sweet time coming to the crease. That is Pranav Ramji. And umpire Naveed Siddiqui is not happy with that. You have to be at the crease within 3 minutes of dismissal, and he was pushing up against that time limit.
Even getting on the field.
He definitely took his own sweet time. So umpire Naveed Siddiqui letting him know that he was not in favor of that type of approach. First delivery tossed up. Oh, gets it past short cover. They'll get a single. And this is the portion of the innings where we're simply going through the motions. 72 runs needed from the last 14 balls. Tossed up and stroked. That would be Ryan Bagani. Underhanded throw coming into the non-striker's end.
I don't think keeping that water near all this equipment is safe.
Are you commentating on the game or are you commentating on other things? Thank you.
Mostly the game.
Pulled away to mid-wicket. Single to close things out in the 18th. 5 runs coming from that overhand wicket. You need at this stage 70 in 2 overs. Highly unlikely, but we'll see what happens from here.
I just want to go sleep. So they do the work.
So the last 2 overs, 35 runs per over needed. The penultimate over will be bowled by Sean Jindo. Left arm around the wicket. Stroked into the covers. No run. And with that delivery, outside was no way that the Texas Legends can win. The required rate now above 36. Lofted in the air, catchable? No, not able to get to it. That is Jay Peshwa running back from mid-off. And they run through for... Okay, so that's Sumyak Shah. Once again, 2 players with the with the same number. Makes it a little confusing. Tossed up. And ladies and gentlemen, we may just start going through the scorecard early here because this one is essentially done and dusted. So, in the remaining time, that's lofted in the air. That's going to be over the top of Sumyak Shah. And it will run close to the boundary. They'll get a couple. But in the meantime, let's just go through the full scorecard. So, KATY Raiders batted first. Jay Peshwa bowled by Mohammad Zishan for 39 from 34. Sohan Matam, a spectacular 127 not out from 60 balls, 12 fours and 8 sixes. Ryan Bagani, no less impressive, 64 from 26 with 2 fours and 7 sixes. Only 5 extras, 235 for 1 is what the Raiders scored in their innings. For the bowlers, Arav Sonny, 3 overs, none for 42. Parth Garg, 3 overs, none for 30. Viraj Ejner, 4 overs, none for 31. Pranav Ramji, 2 overs, none for 30. Sajid Chowdhury, 1 over for 18. Pranay Balaji, 4 overs for 41. Mohammad Zishan, 2 overs, 1 for 25. And Rit Hingy bowled the 19th, 1 over for 16. In reply, the Texas Legends had to score 2 runs and over essentially, and they started out well, but Sajid Chowdhury bowled by Darshan Haribabu, 29 from 17 with 3 fours and 2 sixes. Mohammad Zishan bowled by Sean Jindal, 1 from 3. Rit Hingy, far and away the best batter on the day for the Texas Legends. Cotton Nadish bowled Sumyak Shah, 100 from 50, 7 fours and 6 sixes. Naman Bagdi hit wicket, bowled Darshan Haribabu, no score. Kartik Dorayaraj caught Ayan Khan, bowled Sumyak Shah, 22 from 23. Pranay Balaji run out, 5 from 8. Mughira Latif is at the wicket now, as is Pranav Ramji, 5 and 2 respectively. Only 5 extras, so 10 extras so far in the game. So well bowled to both sides. And just depending on what the final score is here, it's going to be, let's just say they need 63 in this last over, and it's probably not going to happen. Last over to be bowled by Aditya Yapan. In the air, simple catch taken at long on mid-off. And that is the end of Mughira Latif. So another wicket goes down. First wicket, or the first delivery in the 20th over.
Everybody just wants to go home.
So just 1 ball remaining, or 5 balls remaining.
5 or 4.
5. Hold on. Oh, you're right. This 4 is 4. My apologies. 4 balls remaining. Score is 174 for 7. So they tried for a while, the Texas Legends, but were not able to get there. The new batter is going to be Parth? Oh, Parth Garg. Got it. Okay. Oh, knocked him over. That one stayed a little low. Parth Garg stayed and he went. And so I said earlier, the only intrigue left in this game was whether or not Rit Hingy would get to 100. Well, now there's an additional intrigue. Do we have a hat trick on our hands? This is going to be the end of Parth Garg. Walked all the way out and now walks all the way back. And coming in to face the hat trick ball is going to be Viraj Ejner. So do you score, or if you're bowling now, Ishan Malpani, what are you're a pace bowler? You're a pace bowler. You're coming into bowl now. What are you looking to bowl here?
Bowling at least, bowling on the stumps. Hopefully bowling it a Yorker, or nonetheless good length but on the stumps for sure.
That's the difference between you and me. 20 years ago, the bowler bouncer. Here's the hat-trick ball. Oh, well played, defended beautifully. And that's the last bit of intrigue left for this match. There's 2 delivers remaining.
Can he get a 4-4?
He could in theory, but I think he'll be satisfied with just...
Dude, they don't even care about the score anymore. That's scoring.
Everybody inside the circle with the exception of deep mid-wicket.
And deep square.
And deep square, my apologies. So 1 ball remaining. All of the intrigue has been taken out of this match, and we're just now into a very straightforward approach. A good day's worth of cricket ends in a match that is a convincing victory for the KATY Raiders. Here is the last ball. Strokes it right to short extra cover, and that is the end of the match. Thank you all for staying with us for the last several hours. KATY Raiders taking things home here at the fantastic Prairie View Cricket Complex. Join us tomorrow morning, I believe. First match starts at 9 o'clock. We'll get the details as soon as they're available. But for now, signing off from Prairie View. Good night and good luck.